All right, I think we're good here. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, night, wherever it is for you. I think that Bevy 0.15 is out now, full out. Hey Xavier, how's it going? We covered this last weekend, so I'm not really gonna spend any time on the blog post or whatever. But I was thinking that we start a new game for this cycle. I started gathering a little bit of like inspirational material for what I would want it to look like. I think that one of the things I want to focus on in this cycle is making textured environments for characters to live in. So it'll be 3D, I think, this cycle. I'm not going to get too far into mechanics or anything yet. I think the first thing I want to be able to do is like pick up a box or something like that. And then I like the color scheme here. I kind of like the vibe, but the camera angle is like very much not a game camera angle. Like it would be hard to do anything but maybe a simulation game with that. And the Zelda series has more of like this is probably the size of map that I would want out of it. And I like things like this circle in the ground. So doing some texturing, doing some like light geometry work to make it so that these vertices are here, maybe. And then textures like the ground here and whatnot. So I don't know what I'm going to call this yet. We've also been doing Advent of Code all week, which I'm sure if you're here, you've seen. I think this will run. Ooh, move guard did not run. Oh, that's my thing, not. I'm also working with Bevy ECS tile map 0.15 to make sure it kind of works. This is a visualization for day 6 Advent of Code. Cool. Just making sure I didn't mess anything up. Untextured low poly looks nice, or probably someone made the one in screenshot look nice. Yeah, I don't really consider this necessarily untextured per se. I will say that a lot of the stuff in this specifically, this is from I think oh man, I didn't include the link here. This is from a YouTube video. They spend 2 hours just modeling this. I can't remember off the top of my head who it is though. I should have included the link. Oh, wait, I have it in the tab. Polygon Runway does this for like 2 hours. It's not a tutorial or anything as far as I can tell. Just kind of like, hey, I built a thing. Yeah, a lot of this is geometry. So if you look at like the bricks down here or like the rocks in the floor, those are all actual geometry. And I don't think I want to do actual geometry. I think I want to do texturing. Yeah, I'm using Figma as kind of like a idea, like an inspiration. Like when I have a question about which direction I want to go, I can look at this and kind of be like, okay, this is my context, if that makes sense. I'm not planning on making this specifically or anything like that. I want to focus a little bit more on textures than this example did. So like I was saying, the rocks in the bridge, those are all actual geometry, and I think we can just do those with textures. We have Substance Painter and stuff like that now, so I think that'll all be fine. Then the windows are also geometry, but they could like stay geometry. These extra bricks in the tower here, Like everything is done here with extra geometry, which doesn't really matter because it's all low poly, but I also kind of like the idea of like having these trees and then being able to take them down and having all the leaves like plop onto the ground as low poly leaves. You haven't watched day 6 because you haven't done part 2. Seems much harder, or at least to run in a reasonable amount of time. I forget what day. I'll look at the Advent of Code site rather than my solution. Part 2 was the looping. Yes. Yeah, from the visualization. What did mine run in? I forget what mine ran in. I think mine ran in 2 seconds. It was definitely not a fast solution. I didn't do any like early cutting or anything like that. So I have a very like straightforward implementation. But yeah, so I figured I know that Bevy Tnua isn't updated for 0.15 yet. And I don't think there's even a PR for it. So our options for character controller are go very simple for today. Or embark on a whole adventure. So I think we'll go pretty simple today. Hey, Chris, been getting into Bevy more lately and your content is a huge help. Great. I love that. I'm glad that you're finding it useful. All geometry, no texture, sounds easier to you. Also more flexible, less work, less RAM usage, better resolution, look on close-up view. Yes, but texturing is one of the things that I want to get better at. So I also think it's a little bit harder to make untextured low poly look good. I still have questions around. Let's not go and view each individual pixel. But like in the video here, all of this rooftop is extra geometry, which can be fine. But then everything has to be a new model. Makes it harder to build out more levels. And then things like we were talking about, like the floor here with these rocks. If these rocks aren't textures, then it makes it harder to build out different kinds of floors and stuff. And also, like, I know it's low poly, so it's not going to have that many tries and stuff, and it's not really going to be that high in terms of memory pressure and things like that, but I feel like the extra geometry here probably isn't worth it. I don't know. This is very low poly, so TBD. But definitely for like the circle here, I don't think it makes any sense at all for this to be actual geometry in the ground. Like obviously the planters here would be, and like these plants are obviously real geometry and stuff. But like the circle texture on the ground, I wouldn't make each individual brick here. Same thing for like this path. I don't want to make each individual brick. Building, for example, the floor with Blender geometry nodes and exporting should be possible. What do you mean by exporting? Exporting to a texture? Or exporting as like meshes? Because like while I don't really care about it from an optimization standpoint, I don't really want all these little bricks to be like cubes as icebergs, right? There's no reason to have meshes like below the floor here or something like that. So I figure I'll get started by creating a new project, first of all. I think I'll put this in We're doing it on stream. I'll put it in Rust Adventure. Yeah, exporting it as meshes. Yeah. So you can definitely realize the geometry nodes and then like export all of those as meshes. You can't export the geometry nodes themselves. Similar to the same way that you can't export grease pencil, but you can export a curve. I don't know what I'm going to call this. I guess I'll just call it Bevy 15 game. And we will rename it in the future if there's a better name for it. One of the things that I really want to do through Bevy cycles is like every 3 months build something and get it to a point where you could create a Steam page for it. So what are we going to need here? We're going to import stuff from Blender, right? Which we don't need an external package for. I don't think Bevy has a 0.15 release anyway, so we're going to be working with raw GLTF exports for the time being. Some controls. Hey, Minnie, how's it going? I think Leafwing has a 15 release already. I didn't actually check before stream. That's 2 months ago. Maybe they have a PR up. Oh, 14, 15. 14, okay. So it looks like 15 for Leafwing isn't out yet. So we'll keep our controller pretty light because both Leafwing and Bevy Tenua don't have 0.15 releases yet. Which means that doing controls is probably going to change a lot for us. So I think we'll focus on very basic controls here. So let's start with, I guess, creating a GLTF in Blender that we can then export and bring in. Am I taking slightly off-topic questions? Absolutely. The entire stream is basically for people to ask off-topic questions. If I wanted to, like, be really productive, I wouldn't do... I wouldn't be on stream, if I'm being honest. Let's see. This needs to be updated. I haven't updated Blender, so I won't update that. If so, what would you recommend for Bevy UI these days? I would recommend Bevy UI to start with. If you are, if you're just getting started, I always recommended people that are just getting started or just learning to use Bevy UI first. There's a couple of reasons for that. One of them is that Bevy UI is guaranteed to get updated across Bevy versions. So if you start in 0.15 and 3 months from now 0.16 comes out, then Bevy UI is going to work, right? You might have to update it a little, but Bevy UI is going to be there. It's going to work. It's not going to... like the maintainer isn't going to disappear. Like there's going to be no issues, right? And secondly, Bevy UI is getting better all the time. So for example, in this cycle for 0.15, Bevy picking was upstreamed from Bevy mod picking. And that'll only get better. So you're on a very stable path if you want to use Bevy UI. And there's nothing really like inherently wrong with Bevy UI. It's just kind of verbose and there's no like real widget abstraction. Yeah, Bevy picking is so good. I'm so happy. I'm so thankful that everybody did that work. We have to do a Bevy picking backend for Bevy ECS tile map after we get the 0.15 release out. You just got a right-click context menu working yesterday with picking in native UI. It was a pretty good experience. So I'm glad you recommend it. Yeah, I think Bevy UI is fine. Like, it's not like... I'm not going to say that it's better than something like Swift UI or like whatever, right? But like Bevy UI is fine. It works. There are people building great-looking things with it. Yeah, we're just missing a bunch of widgets now. Yeah, I think we're missing a widget abstraction, really, honestly. I still don't feel like we have a good component abstraction, if that makes sense. That may just be my like old web dev background talking, but I really want to be able to create something and then required components it in and have it just work. But I guess like you can kind of work around that. The hierarchical spawning is also still kind of an issue, but BSN theoretically will help that. 0.15, did 0.15 not fix the verbosity a bit? It definitely did. Required components. Absolutely, 100%. When I talk about Bevy UI right now, I'm talking about my experience up until this point. I can't say that I've been like building games with required components for the last 3 months because it didn't merge that long ago. So when I say that Bevy UI was a little bit verbose, what I mean is that previous to required components, it was a little bit more verbose than I would like. But required components is huge. Bevy Blendy Cameras has a 0.15 release. Not sure you need it though. Maybe we need it to start out because we are not really going to have a character controller. So maybe we're going to start doing like environment stuff today. We'll see. Beast Legend. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, required components, something. Absolutely. What kind of game are you planning to do? Something a little bit low poly, something a little bit like 3D-ish, something that we need Blender, some texturing for. My keyboard isn't switching between computers fast enough for me to enjoy. Some of the inspiration that I'm using is like some of this stuff. Don't have a lot of inspiration in here yet, but I like the look of the thing on the right, and I think we need the camera angle of the thing on the left. Because of you spent some time trying Bevy. You also tried looking at different networking crates, but haven't found any that have great docs and rollback support, etc. Does anybody have a recommendation? You've looked at Lightyear and Replicon. I don't really have a strong recommendation, but yeah, GGRS and Matchbox and things like that are interesting. Unfortunate that you didn't find enough documentation. Dreamer does have the core widget idea working in their crate. I hope it gets some traction in 0.16. That sounds amazing. Dreamer's doing some great work. You've been building your own 3D UI system, and now you're updating from 13 to 15 almost exclusively because of required components? Yeah, that makes sense. Required components is pretty sweet. What are your thoughts on using Blender as a Bevy editor? I think Blender's great. I really like the idea of Blenvy. So one thing to note is that Blenvy is still technically in an alpha state. It never really got a stable release for 0.14. But it worked really well. I really like this approach a lot. But obviously there's like a bunch of caution and warning at the top. I think this is great. I would like to see this workflow improve over time. I also think that Bevy has great support for GLTF. So if you can export something from Blender, you can basically just pull it in and use a whole bunch of different data that you can store in GLTF. Works pretty well. And obviously, Bevy doesn't currently have an editor. So if you want a 3D editor, you got to use something. Or build your own. Anyway, I think it's a great idea. That's what we'll be doing for this project, for sure. We're going to start off with raw GLTF export, and we'll move from there. And if Blenvy ever gets a 0.15 update while we're working on this project, maybe we'll switch over. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Yeah, the castle thing looks really nice. Like the art style. Reminds you a bit of Tiny Glade. Yeah, Tiny Glade actually also just did a video. I'll include it in This Week in Bevy, so it'll at least be linked on Monday. But Tiny Glade did a talk on their rendering approach. That was really cool. It's like an hour-long talk. I forget what conference they did it at, but absolutely very enjoyable. Let's delete this. Let's get, I guess, a plane in here to start with. Oh, interesting is available as a video. Yeah, the Tiny Glade video is a video. Absolutely. Maybe I have the name of the link already. I don't love bringing up my, yeah, it's called Rendering Tiny Glades with Entirely Too Much Ray Marching from the Graphics Programming Conference. Let's scale this up maybe by 10, let's say. Save this out to whatever directory. What did I call this? Bevy 15 game. We need, I think we're gonna have like a raw assets directory and an assets directory. I don't know, let's call this art, I guess. And we'll put our Blender file in here, and this is probably going to be like, this is probably going to be a temporary Blender file. We'll probably end up also creating something else at some point. So maybe we call this miscellaneous 001.blend. That sounds like how committed I am to this Blender file specifically. GLTF export is done in Blender by a plugin. You can write your own plugin for this plugin, so quite powerful. You had to do one export, the view layers collections, GLTF scene extras. Not cool, but doable. Nice. Yeah, the Tiny Glade video and Tiny Glade the game. Go buy Tiny Glade. Tiny Glade is awesome. Tiny Glade is a lot of fun. The other thing I want to do is I want to stick. I think, does the armature come in as like one person height? I feel like I want a scale in here very quickly. I know that this is effectively like a 2x2 cube, so we'll scale this down by 0.5. Move it up by 0.5. I guess this is a 1x1 cube now, technically. So that makes me feel like this plane should be bigger. Let's scale this by like another... Scale this by another 5, I guess. Do you know of anybody working on Bevy LSP editor tools? You have some code snippets you could publish for Emacs VS Code, and you've been wanting to develop some sort of system param completion functionality. I know of people working on the next generation of WGSL, which is Weasel, WESL. Or I guess it's higher level WGSL. I don't know exactly what the relationship is going to end up being. I don't know of anybody that built a Bevy specific like VS Code plugin, but that would be very cool. I've seen some demos and examples. I think BRP, Bevy Remote Protocol. I almost called it the Bevy Server Protocol. The Bevy Remote Protocol is very, very, very cool, and people are building a lot of cool examples on top of it. Let's see, there's a demo here. Not a demo, but it's basically a plugin you can add in, and then it adds an HTTP server to the game, and then you can get a bunch of information out of it. So like this could be very, very cool for a VS Code plugin. I've seen it in Emacs. I've seen it in a couple of different places already. What game are we starting? 3D, low poly kind of thing? You're wondering how much you can do with the remote protocol. Well, it's easy to figure out. because that's the Blenvy repo. If you go to the Bevy repo and you go into crates, I think the remote protocol is its own crate. Bevy remote. Go into Bevy remote, and it's 3 files. So like there's an HTTP file, and this is all kind of like RPC. I think it's in this file, but I haven't checked in a second. Built-in methods, maybe. Yeah, so get, query, spawn, insert, remove, destroy, reparent, list, get and watch, list and watch. So there's like a whole bunch of stuff here. And there's some documentation on it too. So if you're curious about what's possible with it, this file tells you exactly what you can call. There's also examples, if I remember correctly. I think there's an example in the examples repo that will get you started. I don't know exactly where we put it though. Remote, there we go. So server, client, here's client. This will just send like an arbitrary request. So if you're looking for how do I write a Rust program that communicates over BRP to a running Bevy app, this is it. And then you can just start throwing different requests at it. It's very, very cool. I worked with it when the PR went in, or when the PR was going in, and did some review. Absolutely very cool. You know what I forgot to install? Kind of forgot the critical dependency there. Bevy prelude star app new add plugins default plugins run. Yo, what are we building? Small 3D game, low poly. Bevy 0.15. This is the very, very start of the game. So you just saw the first lines of code. So we have a plane in here and we have a cube. The cube for me is very important, but not important for like scene building. So I want to name this like scale cube or something. And I don't want to hide it in viewport. I would love to set this to not export. But I think we're fine. Let's grab something else like a... Do they really not have a capsule? So there's our game technically built. Let's not add that sphere. Add mesh. I'm really surprised there's no capsule. Vertices, radius, depth, cap fill. Shrug. We'll keep this at 2 meters. I just scaled it outside of edit mode, didn't I? Actually, I think we're good. Let's do G, Z, 1, G, X, maybe Y. GY -1. So this will start to the left of our player, so to speak. You think it's under Metaballs? Oh, it is. Interesting. Huh. What does that export as? Because it's not a... Anyway, I'm very curious about that. One of the other things that I haven't done is worked with the GLTF scene extras. Oh, then convert to mesh. Gotcha. Ayo, first time on live. Your videos helped me a little while ago learning some Rust stuff. Nice. Glad to hear that. There is no capsule. Okay, that makes sense. I think that I'm just going to go with the easy path for now because we haven't even loaded this into the scene yet. Maybe we will do 2 scenes, I think. And then I think 2 scenes make sense because eventually we're going to have a like actual player. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Eventually we're going to have an actual we'll call this first character. We'll do cylinder. That's all fine. G1. I guess we scale this down a little bit. I want a character in here that's 2 meters, though. At least one. But I think that most people are... What is 1 meter? 3 feet? So 1.5 would really be like the average size. So let's do what? If this is 2 and I scale by 0.75. That should give me 1.5 if I have done my math correctly. Yes, perfect. So I'm going to call this like first character or something. And then we'll replace this later with something else. So now we have, I guess, what do we call this? Test level .001 with a little cube for scale, a plane, and then we can do export GLTF. And we don't want to export into the art directory. We'll create a new one called assets. And maybe we call this named after the Blender file. Apply scale. I thought I did apply scale, didn't I? I edited or I scaled inside of edit mode, so we're good. Yes, I think we're good. Maybe I need to do that for the plane though. No, we're good. Okay, so Misk001 looks like a great place to sit on the scale cube and ponder. That's gonna be the game. It's gonna be don't get up. It's gonna be one of those like don't click games. And it's just gonna be you with some relaxing music sitting on a cube, and if you click, you stand up and the music stops. Okay, so let's do something really simple here, I think. We just did this for the other project we were working on. What's the best way to show debug data like FPS on a screen? I have an opinion here, I think, assuming it's updated to 0.15. Yes, perf UI. I don't know. It looks like it has an RC release, so I think we're good. We will need to pull this in from main currently, it looks like. Well, we can totally do that. Let's add that in here. IES perf UI equals get equals. We don't want the get URL though. We want the HTTPS URL. And then I'm just going to use rev equals whatever this is. Let's pull that in. How do you, what the F? I don't know what you're asking. How do I keep my command prompt on the bottom? I tried doing that in ZSH and no luck. I don't think at all about that. It also goes to the top if I clear. So I'm actually not doing that. YouTube chat is acting out. No worries. So as always, anytime we bring in something new, we can go into the examples directory. And I think this is going to be the easiest way to do it. We need the perf UI plugin and a couple of things turned on for Bevy. Let Rust Analyzer keep up. I haven't rebooted my computer in like 64 days, so we may run into the issue that I haven't rebooted my computer in 64 days. Cool. And then we actually need, this is the system I was going to write anyway here. So we'll just throw that in. And right here, we will add systems, update, or not update, sorry. I think startup, but startup only because we haven't set up any state or anything yet. I think I want Bevy asset loader in right away, if I'm thinking about this. So here you go, FPS on the screen. Now, it's important to note that the FPS here is going to be locked. So for example, this monitor that I'm running it on is locked at 60. So it'll only run to 60. Like, it's not going to show what the engine could do if you were running it on a higher performance monitor with, you know, unrestricted FPS or something like that. I think if I bring it just onto my laptop screen over here. then I take a screenshot of it and bring it back to show you. It's already running 9500, whatever. So like there's, and this is not release mode either. It's worth noting. Like we didn't run this in release. There's no optimization going on here, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the easiest way to get something that looks like that. That is, you know, vaguely relevant. I'm using 66% of my RAM, apparently. But yeah, there's a bunch of cool information here: cursor position, scale factor, et cetera, et cetera. I probably don't need all of this all the time. I actually find some of these frame time things distracting when I'm doing development. Especially if I know that I haven't optimized the game, like it's not running, how do I say it? If it's not running in release and everything. Yeah, it's because of things like VSync, etc. Like the frame rate by default will lock to the same thing that the monitor is producing. Past 120 frames per second, it doesn't make a difference. I know people that run 480 that would beg to differ. I know people that run 240 that would beg to differ. Okay, so really all I want is this, because I don't want all the other information if we're going to keep this around. And then we get frame rate up in the top right. I still don't think this is particularly useful, especially for what we're doing at the moment, but yeah, it depends on the game. But if inputs are handled once per frame or physics run once per frame, then it would diminish input lag and improve physics simulation. Yeah, I mean, what, Overwatch does the thing where they do input completely separate from everything else so that they can always grab it and then like shove it in sooner. So that's my suggestion for FPS, by the way. Let's see, we have the GLTF. Let's get Bevy Asset Loader in here as well. I probably want progress tracking. I wonder if they upgraded. So Bevy, or not Bevy, IS Progress updated. You'll notice a theme in this person producing very useful utilities, by the way. Let's see, 0.15, this is released. 0.13, Bevy Asset Loader is depending on 0.13, perfect, we're up to date. Love that. So I do know that I want like progress and stuff at some point. We're probably not going to do like a start menu today, but I do know that I am going to want it at some point. So here's the progress tracking example. And we can literally just pull this whole thing in and then delete some stuff. But then we can also do it kind of ad hoc. So we're going to add this with progress tracking. I guess we want 3D here too. I actually don't know offhand what 3D enables. We should check. PBR, PNG, Bevy Asset Loader, Derived 3D. I don't actually know offhand what that does. My guess is GLTFs or something. I don't know. Usually when I'm making games like this, I also start going for plugins very quickly. So I think maybe we'll do that too. Dang. Got like a tickle in the back of my throat. So we haven't even started a lib.rs file. So let's start with that. I didn't make this a workspace yet, so I'm not going to overdo it. We don't need to really do any of this yet. This track fake long task is going to be important. That's kind of load bearing. Well, not load bearing. Load bearing is the wrong word. But this will undergo a refactor where all of this stuff ends up getting like pulled into its own plugin and stuff. So this is a fake task to make the loading longer, which we can disable. This is all going to come from Bevy Asset Loader's prelude. Hopefully. Maybe it doesn't. Use Bevy Asset Loader prelude star. And these all get correct. We don't have 2D textures for texture atlases, so we can get rid of all of these. Can actually get rid of everything here. But I'll probably leave it commented out. Because at some point we will have textures. But at some point we'll also want to break this down probably into different texture packs and stuff. Same thing with audio. We don't have audio right now, but I do want audio, and I'm just going to leave it here. Progress needs to come from IES. And then the juicy part here is all of this. I think we can actually get rid of these two. Progress plugin needs to come in. What are... Maybe we just grab the... Maybe we grab the things that we should bring into scope from the top of the file that we're copying code from. That sounds like it would be useful. Oh, right, that's not a tuple. We need to make things public when we put them into other files. Bring them into scope. And then we also need to do the transition from loading state out. So init state. Couple of things going on here. Update. I think all of this is necessary for us to get this to work. And then instead of on startup, this setup is going to run when we go into the next state. We don't have print progress. We do have track fake long task. I don't know why that's causing an issue. We don't need this. Unless render description does something that I'm unaware of. These both need to be pub. feel like there's an extension trait here that isn't getting loaded. Why do these not come from the... Oh, I guess because it's... It's weird that we had to pull in so many things aside from the prelude. But I'm not terribly worried about it. And then this comes in as pub. This will be private at some point so that we can like turn it on and off with a flag when we do our compilations. I really enjoyed that experience from another game that we were building. So we'll run this. Yeah, enabling VSync will diminish the user's FPS without any gain. Yeah, it's like auto locking it down. This monitor in particular, I think only runs at 60. So it can't go any faster. But the monitor that's like right in front of me right here is a 1080p 240 hertz. So could potentially benefit from the additional frame rendering. Okay, so we have a whole thing happening here. We need to pull in this asset. This asset is copy relative path. I'm going to put this in something like this. I think we need the GLTF from what we have done in the past. So we don't need to have assets on the front, but we do need this stuff. This doesn't need to be texture assets. This is level assets, I guess. I guess we name this level 1. I don't know what I called it in the Blender file. Test level 1. Let's call it that. This is not a handle to an image. This is going to be a scene. It's not going to be a scene root, is it? I haven't done this with the new required component stuff in Bevy Asset Loader. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream, y'all. Well, I upload to my GitHub, wondering about the name. Thank you. Yeah, at some point I'll upload this to GitHub. Right now we just call it Bevy 15 game. At some point I'll upload it. I'll probably rename it at some point, etc. So yeah. In the early game footage of Tiny Glade, you saw Anna used some kind of plotting visual as the ground. Do you have any idea what that is? Looks neat. I actually am not familiar with like what you're talking about. Plotting visual. You mean like a UV checker kind of texture? This is not going to be required. Can you send a link to the X post? Probably you're going to get auto moderated by YouTube. If you wanted to do that, you would have to send it in Discord. Yeah, handle scene. Yeah, that makes sense. Which if the bot is running, that will be the Discord link. And if the bot has failed us again, as it so often does, yeah, it's not connected to YouTube. Why is it not connected to YouTube? Not logged in. No, wait, that's not the right. I can't figure out how to work this. Platforms, YouTube. account, sign in. Come on, little bot. You can do it. There we go. Bot is up and running now. I should have like a check to make sure that that bot is actually running. Handle, yes. Well, handle GLT, handle scene. Scene reader is a component because handles are not components anymore. Do not quote you on this. Yes. Yes, you're right. You're right about all of that. So at the end of this, we want to do scene 0 then. I don't love that. Again, like we run into this issue where I think it only works currently to do by index. And I don't like doing by index because indices change. But it'll be fine for now. And then I think here we'll do player assets maybe. Both of these need to come in. Here, specifically. You can do this raw, by the way. You can do this without Bevy Asset Loader, for anybody that isn't aware of that. Why is that not coming in? Rust Analyzer already giving up. Not really. There's something else wrong, but... What's the idea for the new game? The new game is kind of like low poly, 3D. We're going to start off with probably just like being able to pick up a crate and move it. No, can't find level assets. Did I miss the S? Oh, I chopped the S off when I did that. That's why. That's where that other S came from. Rip. Yeah. You can just send it in general. Doesn't matter. Hello, hello. Chris, do you think in the future Bevy will adopt the direction of blueprints like Unreal Engine or will stay as is? I think it's way too early to tell. No idea. I think that Bevy is doing a lot of like work on supporting editor-like stuff. So like something like blueprints might be possible in the future. I know some people do like that. Obviously, from the other messages in chat, some people don't like it. So it's also very useful to say Bevy is going to be like, you're going to be able to write Rust to do things for a long, long time. Like that's intentional. Like the way Bevy works right now is going to be supported moving forward. And then also there's going to be higher level tools built on top. What's the top bar add-on in Blender? This is Blender Kit. This little thing right here, you mean? We haven't used it yet. I'm not really planning on using it right now. I just kind of have it installed. But it has a bunch of materials and stuff. The downside of using Blender Kit is that it'll fill like your GLTF export and stuff with a bunch of junk. Not that I don't want to give like credit to the authors that made these things, but a lot of them actually have like non-UTF-8 compatible BIOS, which is like, it breaks the export in certain ways, which is really annoying actually. But yeah, it's Blender Kit. It's kind of cool if you're playing around, if you want to just throw a material on something and do whatever. But I've had plenty of issues with it working with Blenvy and working with like it in general. People are allowed to not like things. You know, not everybody likes working in certain ways. Some people won't like writing Rust. Some people won't like scripting. Some people won't like blueprints. Some people won't like UAFN or whatever. Can you recommend any Rust resource for coming from C++? Yeah, the Rust book. There you go. If you already know C++ and you're looking for like how Rust is different, this is like a C++ perspective on Rust. So I would go read that. Yeah, if y'all want to like talk about the workflow or technical reasons that you don't like blueprints, feel free to do that. But please don't just like, you know, hate on things. Blueprints are visual scripting, node-based visual scripting. So something vaguely like Scratch, etc. I think that if you know how to write code, this is probably way more verbose than you would like it to be. You can probably write things much more easily by just writing the code. But not everybody writes code. So you sent the link. Let me check the link. That could literally just be a texture. Like that could literally be a texture that has numbers on it. Right? Like it's vaguely a grid. They might have done something procedural because they are using ray marching for the renderer. So they might have done their own like procedural grid texture. But you could easily do that like also with just a regular grid or whatever. Cool. So in setup, then we will be able to access this scene. Assuming we did this correctly. Commands.spawn. Actually, I just have this code sitting right here, so I'm just going to copy it. I've got too many desktops. So we don't need to do that. We need to do levels dot, what is it called? Didn't make any of them pub. That's the other thing. If we're going to work with structs, you're going to put them in different files. You got to make them pub so you can actually access the fields on them. Otherwise, your autocomplete won't work. And then I think we will leave the player character for a second and just make sure that the original renders in. Right. I thought we needed a clone, but it didn't tell me when I wrote it, so I was like, oh, maybe we don't for some reason. We didn't spawn a 3D camera, did we? Yeah, I spawned a 2D camera. We need to do camera 3D Ooh, where do we want to put the camera? That's a great question. Where do we put the camera over here? We put the camera like nowhere important over here, right? I'll just grab the camera settings that we had over here. We gonna comment order independent transparency out for the moment. So that is an indication that we are actually getting our scene indexes wrong. It's one of the reasons I don't like relying on indices. You can't tell if you did something wrong or not. Also, the other thing worth noting is that this is taking a while because specifically I have a fake task in here. That is taking a long time. I think actually if we don't have that, then everything registers. And it loads significantly faster. So the loading here for the GLTF is not related to actual loading time. It is legitimately, I put a sleep in there effectively. We can get a directional light in here. Do we need anything else? I don't think we need anything else for the moment. I think other than directional light, we might place the lights in Blender. We need to bring in pi. F32 const version of pi. This is like super blown out though. Let's go in here. Let's stick like some kind of material here. Actually, let's stick a material on the plane. Oh, is Blender gonna crash? There we go. Let's call this ground material, I guess. Save this. Let's take this and do an export to FBX. Let's make a new directory. That's like a substance temporary directory. And we call this ground, I guess. You found the grid. It's a GLB file and it's a repo, the same demo that she's showing. Nice. Let's go. If you want to share that link below the Twitter thread and Discord, that would be cool. I would love to see that. What is the alternative to tags, scene one, etc.? Or how do you handle this on long projects? I think on longer projects, we'll have the GLTF and I'll actually look for the names. So I think we did this in this other project, so I can actually show it. So when you, in this case, this is just like on an animation, we're spawning in a new thing from the GLTF file, which happens to be using a material. If you have access to the GLTF instead of just the scene specifically, then you can go in there and it's got a bunch of fields like named materials, named animations, named etc. And you can get something by name. So actually, this is the way that I would do it long term. And that comes from the GLTF, which has named scenes, named meshes, named materials, named nodes, named skins, etc., etc. I think names are the better way to do it. What window manager is that? That is Yabai, Y-A-B-A-I, which I need to add to the chat bot because everybody asks every stream. There's another one that got mentioned in one of the comments on the Advent of Code videos, Aerospace. Yeah, Aerospace. Some people have said that this is cool. I haven't used it. I can't recommend it because I haven't used it. It also says it's in beta, so I don't know. But Yabai has done me well for a number of years at this point. You think there's a frac pi 4 constant or whatever the similar names, no big deal, just slightly more precise. Yeah, I don't think the precision matters in this case. But you're right. And there it is there, so we could use it. Still works, just to check. Clippy will think the precision. You think Clippy will think the precision matters? Let's find out. Doesn't look like it. Maybe it's one of the other rules. It's possible I don't have the rule enabled either. What did I do here? I just broke it. Oh, because I removed the import when I did Control Z. Do you think material extensions are the best way to dip your toes into Bevy shaders? You found shaders to be really hard to get into. I think it depends on what you're trying to do, Sydney. Doing a regular basic material with no material extension allows you to write things very much more like from scratch. So if you're going to do relatively, I don't want to say basic, but like relatively foundational things, if you're going to like try to figure out how to access the UVs, if you're going to try to figure out like how to use the world space position, and you're just going to like apply noise to a texture based on the world position or something like that, I think that's probably easier to do without the material extension. Let's see, where's shaders here? So here's extended material, and I think shader material is what we call this other one these days. And you'll see that like the implementation here is basically just this. Obviously, you also have to write the shader, but the shader itself is significantly simpler as well. Let me go to the assets directory. Assets, shaders, custom material, and where's the extension one? Extended material. So here's the custom material. It's like align the bindings, right? Here's the extended material. And you have to like care, well, you don't have to care, but like You want to care about all of the extra like lighting stuff and the post lighting processing and the alpha discard and like PBR from standard material. There's a lot more going on in the extended material. I think it's really cool if you want to interact with like the lighting and such that Bevy already provides, but it might be too much if you're just trying to get into like the basics of shaders, right? This is very obviously smaller. There's less concepts here, etc. That said, do whatever you find fun. Because really, honestly, the only thing that matters is that you're also interested in doing it tomorrow, right? So if you want to work with extensions to the standard material, then do that. Understand that that will push you into like looking up what these things do, right? Because this also has like a deferred branch to it in this shader. And you might not be using the deferred renderer yet. So it's simpler to do like just a regular material, no extension, but the extension gives you access to the lighting information and things like that. So it's a trade-off on what you want to do. I don't know that I would recommend one over the other. I think it's use case based. If you want to write your own stuff, probably do a regular custom material. If you want to extend kind of the standard material in some way, then use the extension. Okay, so this, we have this thing in, what was I going to do? I was going to paint on it. Let's move these over. Open Substance Painter. Thank you. Fun is the reason you use Bevy in the first place. You think you'll build your way up from a custom material? Cool. Yeah, I think both are valid. And there's nothing to say that you have to do one and like stick with it and not do the other one. You can do both, right? Like you don't have to do any particular approach or whatever. You can always flip back and forth and do whatever you want. Okay, let me find this repo. Get our FBX in here. The document resolution here is 124. Let's just bump it up for fun. I don't know that we need it to be 496, but shrug. Hit OK. Go to texture set settings. Do a bake, even though we probably don't really even need this. Bake textures. There's nothing here to get the information from for the textures. I'm just kind of like going through it. Return to painting mode. And now we've got this plane that we can kind of work with. Let's see if I can catch up at 2x speed. You like the art style references? Nice. Yeah, I think going with the art style references, spending a little bit more time on the art and whatnot in the environment and things is going to be very useful and fun. But we'll see. Let's go to layers. I wish this was a little bit bigger. Large. There we go. Now hopefully y'all can see it too. So there's a bunch of like tiles and things like this. I'm not too concerned about what we actually pick right now. I kind of just want to have the workflow shown and working. So here's some natural mud, right? So maybe we throw that in. That seems pretty big, but maybe not. We'll see. UV projection, filtering, repeat, scale, physical size, tiling. Looks very tiled when we do it like that. I think maybe are we in the smart materials? No. We want probably a second layer here. Add layer. What else do we have? Probably like some kind of like, not wood, but stone. Let's do a stone layer here. And then let's add a mask. And then like this goes very smoothly between these two. And there's our cube get in here? How did our cube get in here? Oh, I exported the cube too? I shouldn't have done that. So we can do something like this. That's hilarious. That is so wrong in terms of like what I wanted out of this. Actually, let's back out of this and re-export this correctly. Because that is not what I wanted. I wanted just the material, or just the floor. FBX, ground, selected objects, export. You're starting Advent to Code Day 6 soon. You gave me inspiration to try to tackle visualization and closure for it. Nice. That's dope. You should share that when you get it done. All right, so file, new, same thing we just did. Select the FBX file, 4096, open. I'm gonna bake this just because I want to get in the habit of baking it whenever we do that. Like obviously baking a plane doesn't really like do much in terms of like, you know, there's world space, ID, ambient occlusion, curvature. There's no curvature on a plane, like, etc. Sure thing. You figured early in the stream it's time to join the Discord. We'll share there. Yeah, cool. Sounds good. Return to painting mode. And then what did we have? We had dirt and whatever. There's also some like stuff in here that could be fun. Like eroded cobblestone path. I don't know that any of these would even be worth using in general, but like eroded cobblestone path sounds interesting, so let's grab that. I think that should just work. I always have such a hard time with getting stuff from this like asset store. What else is in here? We have then an eroded cobblestone path that's kind of like light brown. What would it be on top of? Probably something like this. The two downloads aren't really going to matter that much. I think we can... Ooh, there's the eroded cobblestone path. Let's pull the eroded cobblestone path in here. I think we need to make this way smaller. And then we also want... Where was that other one that I just downloaded? I wish there was a sorting here. Rocks, roots, whatever this is. So I think that... Can anyone send a link to the server? Yeah. Just type !Discord. Wrote a whole crate for dealing with 2D grids, parsing neighbors, sightlines, etc. because of advent to code. Would love your input, so you'll link it in Discord. Yeah, sounds good. I'll take a look. You're not sure photorealistic materials will look good with low poly geometry. You're probably right. I'm not worried about the specific materials we're using at the moment. I'm mostly concerned with the workflow. Have I tried the hyped Hyperland already? I don't know anything about Hyperland. Is this something I should be looking up on stream? Oh, yeah. I'm not on Linux. This is a Mac. So I have not used it. Yeah. You've been running Hyperland for a couple of months now? Nice. How's it working? The other thing that I want to do here is make this smaller. What's the tiling we used here? 7? Dang, that tiling is really obvious when we do it like that. So one thing that I want to do is when this cobblestone path comes in, I don't want to show below. So maybe I actually reverse this. And I add, well, it's going to crash. Never mind. Unfortunate. RIP. Oh, man. Bake. Bevy can become the third pillar in this industry among Unity and Unreal. I try not to talk about Bevy in terms of like, how do I frame this? I think that there are good options for many things, right? Like you're saying third pillar, but what about Godot, right? Like Godot is fine, you know? Let's do 7.25 and 7.25. And then what was I going to do? I was going to do, wow, that really looks tiled there. And then this would theoretically be the path, but I want the rock to be, just mask that and mask this and then draw here. This is obviously like, that doesn't really work in terms of like, hey, look, a brick. But it's fine for the moment. Can I create, copy this mask? Copy mask. Let's paste into mask. And really what I want to do is invert this. Invert mask. And then probably also what I need is a little bit more on the edges here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Can I not invert the color here? There we go. 0. kind of like blend this together a little bit. And then file, export textures. So texture export, we're going to bring this into our Rust Adventure, art, assets, substance temp. Open that. Export. Done with that. Sweet. I guess I'll save this as well. I don't really feel like I need to save it, but we just crashed 4 times, so maybe I do save it. And then go back into Blender, and then we have this material, right? We can go to the shader. And what is it? Command Shift T, Control Shift T. Oh, right. Because obviously you would only have to select one of them. So substance temp, we go to these. I'm not going to select the alpha. I'm going to select everything else though. And we're going to get this in here and we're going to have textures. And then we export this to GLTF like we had before. We're just going to export right over the one we had previously. We are going to run our game, assuming I fixed the issue we had before. This is episode 1 of a new game, yes. And now we have the path here, plus the dirt with a texture on the plane. And that already looks significantly better than it did before. This isn't necessarily like kind of obviously this is shoddily done. Like these bricks on the edges, it's just blended directly. So I think I would probably try to create a combination of the materials instead. What's my opinion on Hackintosh? I haven't tried doing a Hackintosh in many, many years. I think it's gotten a lot harder, if I understand it correctly. If I was going to do... I don't think I would do a Hackintosh. I think I wouldn't. Especially since Rust runs just fine on a Windows machine. I would probably just do Linux or Windows. Do I have an AMD or NVIDIA card? This is a Mac. I assume you're asking somebody else, though. My Windows PC is NVIDIA 2080 Ti. Xavier says, don't know substance, but in their opinion, removing the lower layer and removing the mask of the bottom material would be easier. No need to copy, paste, invert the mask, and repaint over one. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with Substance Painter yet to know what's exactly possible. I am definitely, like, I've used Photoshop for a number of years, like over a decade easily. So I'm familiar with masking out stuff in different ways. I just don't know where all of the stuff is in Substance, and after having it crash 3 or 4 times in a row, I just kind of wanted to get the texture into the game. Yeah, so it's episode 1 of a new game. Bevy 0.15 came out last weekend. So this is going to be the 0.15 kind of game for that cycle. So we'll probably work on this for about 3 months. What's the game going to be about? I don't really have like a what's the game about. I don't have a storyline or anything. There's a couple of libraries that I'm still waiting to update. So for character control and things like that, kind of waiting a little bit, I think. I don't think I want to do a custom character controller. I think I want to either help update Bevy Tenua or wait for Bevy Tenua to update to 0.15. Also, Leafwing Input Manager doesn't have a 0.15 release yet. That's my preferred like controller input crate. So don't really know yet. I have a couple of like things that I'm using for inspiration somewhere here that I've just dropped into a random Figma. I really like the aesthetic of lower poly stuff like this. And I really like the kind of texturing done in games like the recent Zelda game. So, yeah, vibes at the moment. I think the first thing I'm going to do is have a character that can pick up a crate and move it around. So, we'll see. Obviously, this texturing is like way more realistic than we need it to be. But having the workflow down, showing that we can get textures in, showing that we can get Blender out, showing that everything can get into the game engine and everything is relatively important. And then we have the character here that we can spawn in. In this case, we need to pull in not levels, but player. And then this will be player dot player. This is a handle, so we clone it. Handles are basically just IDs, very low cost to clone. One of the things that you'll notice quickly if you start doing like large textures and stuff is that Bevy's asset system works better if it's slightly optimized. So we have like a little bit of, how do I frame this? Because I have a completely unoptimized build, I haven't done any optimizations in my cargo toml. I don't have release mode running or anything like that. Bevy's asset loading can be kind of slow because it hasn't run through all of that optimization process. We can absolutely get that in here. And it's actually something that likely should be in every Bevy project. But because we just started, it's not there yet for us. So this will do that optimization. Let's do cargo add avian 3D. Is it underscore these days? No underscore. Let's make sure that avian actually has a release. Nope, that's not the avian 3D that I wanted. Looks like we're a branch for 0.15. Some stuff going in over the last hour. I don't know what the state of the current main branch is. I bet you that the current main branch is the one we need. Yeah, Bevy 0.15. So we can probably just wing it, honestly. I think this is a workspace, right? Cargo toml at the root. Yeah, perfect. So avian 3D equals get equals this. And this is pretty typical for being this early in the process. I think that even with the release candidate, there were a couple of changes that went in that were pretty big, like required components. So it's unsurprising that 1 month or like a couple weeks is not enough for people to get everything out. So this will take a little bit of time because we just added these optimizations, but it should work out. So modeling. Do I want to do the pickup behavior or do I want to do something else? I think the character itself probably needs an empty here. So let's do add empty. Sphere, circle, arrows, plane axes. What makes the most sense? I guess cube, technically. Right, and then the scale on this doesn't matter. Hello, how are you? So we'll move this up by 1.5-ish. Maybe 1.7. I think that this is a little bit off the ground. So actually the anchor on this should probably be at the bottom. But I'm not worried about it again because this isn't going to be our player forever. I think we need to do z negative 0.25. If I remember correctly. Yeah, that's the math. So then this empty. I don't know, maybe we just call this hold or something. Hold slot. You like arrows, but you can change this at any time. Choice made when adding is not important. Yeah. I think I used a box because the first thing I'm going to try to pick up is a box. So it makes sense to match that in my head. You wonder if you figured out how to make the multiplayer syncing server. You watched the video where you said you couldn't do it. I didn't say we couldn't make a multiplayer syncing server. I said that we couldn't do reliable deterministic physics in a peer-to-peer networked environment. Different things. Syncing, like, I'm considering taking that video down, actually. Because I think it gives people a bad impression of what's possible. And what I was trying to do in that video is see if you could take a physics library, match it with something like Matchbox for peer-to-peer networking, and then do rollback over the network and have the physics deterministic on both sides. And that is what the issue was. It wasn't to do anything with networking. It wasn't to do, there was no server, right? There was no replication going on in that sense. I think the classic, like, have a server and run multiplayer works just fine. There's a number of libraries that do that in Bevy. But yeah, I think about taking that video down every once in a while because I think it gives people the wrong idea. Okay, so we have this empty. What is the plan for this empty? The plan for this empty is to be a location at which we can stick something. So actually, now that I think about that, this probably needs to be higher because the center of whatever we're holding is going to be above this thing. So that puts it right on the edge there. And let's say this needs to go up by at least 0.5 if we're putting a 1 cube on it. But maybe we do... Yeah, maybe we just do 0.5. So the idea here is that this empty is attached to the character. This is the character, right? And at some point, we're going to have this character approach a box of some kind and click on the box, probably through a raycast or something like that. And then the box is going to go on top of the character and it's going to carry the box around. At some point in the future, we can probably try to do some kind of animation with it. And then we can kind of just move this empty around, right? We can say that the box then gets attached to that empty location. The empty is what animates onto the top of the player. And then the box just follows the empty in that sense. But for now, this is our stand-in for a player. I probably should have put a front on it. Oops. I can still put a front on it. I wonder, let's just let's just put something in here. Let's do I need to learn the I need to use the shortcut for adding. Cone, plane, cube, circle. Monkey head. Let's do a UV sphere. This is way too many vertices for what I'm going to use this for, but it's fine. We're going to delete it at some point anyway. And then let's add a modifier. Search, mirror, mirror the y-axis. And then we're going to apply this as well. And then, oh, I'm mirroring both axes. Yeah, let's do that. Move this up. It's our player character. It's got 2 eyes. I'm going to apply this modifier. I'm just going to call these eyes. We'll add a material. Eyes, base color, dark. Pupils are dark. I don't know. And then we have a thing. You would put the character and box origin at ground level and then hold empty lower accordingly, which is more adapted if one day you need to be able to hold things of different size. Character and box origin at ground level. Oh, you mean the origins of the character make that anchor point the bottom, make the anchor point of the box empty the bottom, and then those eyes will give nightmares. And then, yeah. I think that'll be more flexible in the future for sure, but we can definitely fix it when that happens. Wonderful character design today. This is now an anthropomorphic cylinder. Wonder how a higher poly skinned mesh would work in Bevy if only you were better at modeling. Also parent the eyes. I don't think I need to parent the eyes, do I? Oh, that's the wrong button. That's why. I think because we're moving the whole scene around in Bevy, we don't really need to parent this. Um, I mean, you're saying that, but we're going to be moving. Yeah, I guess you're right. The scene is going to come in, and then we're going to look for the character. Um, Unfortunately, that doesn't look like it did anything. That's selection, parent to empty, parent inverse, clear parent. Make parent without inverse. He found unpacking the GLTF scenes to add specific bundles to the entities is cumbersome in Bevy. Yeah, I think Bevy really helps with that workflow. If we were using Bevy, which we're not currently, we would be able to come in here, click on this, and then just add components in this UI right here. Bevy doesn't have a 0.15 release right now, so we're not really worrying about that at the moment. So there is an easier way. It exists. But it does need like a 0.15 update, like a number of things do. There we go. Set parent to... Well, I think that's the wrong direction. And then this and this. Oi. There we go. Now when we do this, everything moves. Yeah. So we'll export all this. Nope, that's the visualization. Wrong terminal. All right, run this, and then there's our little character with the little eyes. His beady little eyes. The components are stringly typed only, right? You mean when using Bevy? Bevy does the reflection. It uses the reflection infrastructure in Bevy. It uses the reflection infrastructure from Bevy to serialize to a JSON file to put them into the UI in there. That UI limits your selection, so you can't just type any word in there. And then it pulls it back into Bevy through the reflection infrastructure. So you do get some typing information going back and forth. There obviously is serialization, but yeah. Okay. I think that we have probably hit the limit at which we can do at the moment before we do any kind of character control. So let's start with character control, I guess. I wanted to put character control off as long as possible. So I want to build the smallest possible character control system that we could do. I've been doing so much advent of code, I almost just wrote a parser. I almost just started writing a uh, a non-parser. Um, yeah, the whole reflection infrastructure is a black box for you. You'll have to take a weekend and dig into it at some point. I highly suggest doing that. Alice actually has a great talk from one of the Bevy meetups on the reflection infrastructure. Very worth watching that. There's also been a number of improvements to the reflection infrastructure in 0.15, which are very cool. Like function reflection is now a thing, etc. Reflection is a very, very, very cool aspect of Bevy. And one of the things that Bevy is like really built on. So understanding it, at least at a superficial level, being able to like know what it does is really useful. You have a fork of Bevy Tenua that works with Bevy 15 and Avian. With Avian main branch or Avian from 0.14. Also, did you PR it? I didn't see a PR for 0.15. My only concern with a fork is if I use a fork and it deviates too much. Oh, this is Avian. That's not what I want. I wanted to look at Bevy Tenua. No, you got rid of the most of the 2D stuff. You'll do a PR later. Yeah, I mean, if you have a 3D version of Bevy Tenua, definitely drop a link in Discord. I'll take a look at it. I'll see if it works. I assume that the way you use it is still the same. Like there's no massive update to like how it works or whatever. I don't mind working with a fork until that gets like PR'd and potentially merged. Yeah, still the same, nothing changed. Cool, yeah. I would definitely do that. I'd much rather actually do that than try to like hack in a character controller when I know that I'm going to move to something else. You're not going to be able to include a link. If you want to use a link, you have to go into the Discord. If you want to just tell me what the repo is, you can also just like dump the org name, repo name. And throwing it in general is fine. Cool. Main branch, I assume. Cool. Copy. Pasta. Oh boy, with the parenting and now the character controller, this will imply a lot of work later, if more when setting the object oriented. Okay. We will fix the we'll fix the origin now. We can absolutely do that. I think you have to tell me how to re-anchor things though. Mesh. I don't know where this is in the UI. One day I'll know my way around Blender and then oh, an object mode. To cursor position because we're in the center. Sick. That was great. And then you're saying that this should also be cursor is 000 right now. As far as I know, unless I messed something up. Doesn't look like it though. And you were saying do this at the top too, right? This is just a point when it exports. Like it'll just be a transform for us. So I think we can do GZ negative 0.25. Not 0.025. 0.25. No, 0.5. Yeah. So put it there, and then based on the size of the thing that we're carrying, we can move it up. Maybe. I'm wondering how that'll work with animation. Maybe we'll have to write a programmatic animation for that. That'll be interesting. You would also do that for the cube. The cube isn't empty though. You would also do that for the cube. I guess let me get rid of this and this. GZ negative 1.5 should be center. Is not center. Oh, sorry, not this cube. Thank you. Thank you for calling that out early. Well, oh, you mean for the cube in the scene? The cube in the scene. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Streamer brain, you know? You think so, though? I guess that makes sense for putting things on the ground and whatnot. But won't the anchor point affect the center of origin for the concept of physics? I feel like moving the origin is a really heavyweight answer to like that question. Right? Because the origin of this isn't the bottom. I'm trying to think through that in my head. Like, yes, it would be easier if the origin was the bottom for carrying purposes. But only if we're popping it onto the top, right? Yeah, if you want to do physics of any kind, I feel like we need the origin to be in the center. And I think that more generically, if we're going to animate that empty, if we're going to like pick it up with hands or something, then that needs to be like the center of the thing. I guess we could pick it up from the bottom. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we do animation, but and then yeah, I see what you're saying. Then instead of using it like that, we can do what, Shift A? I used a shortcut. Empty arrows. Arrows feels weird. I don't like arrows. Sorry. And then this was moved on the Y by -1. So that'll be exactly center bottom. And then we take this and this. We do Command P, object. And now scale cube has an empty inside of it. I'll just call this hold point. Let's go, new project. Yeah, I like that. Hold point, ground point. Maybe I just name it bottom center. So now all those empties should be there. We're going to have to find them by name, which is unfortunate. One thing that I am really interested in is potentially using GLTF extras to have these names. I don't want to rebuild Blenvy per se, but I do want to like attach some metadata. But we can work through that. So that's Bevy Tenua. Bevy Tenua is in. Did we pull that down? Just make sure this all compiles. Perfect. It at least compiles. I'm assuming that if there were changes, then it went into one of the examples. Setup, spawn, rigid body, static. We need to set up avian, obviously. So maybe we start off with physics plugins sounds weird. Well, let's start by adding these plugins in. Bevy, Bevy Tenua Avian 3D is the other thing that I need to pull in. And then the Avian 3D Prelude makes a lot of sense as well. This comes from the same repo. So I think we can just pull it in like this because it's a workspace. Guess not. What do I need to put this in? This is in Avian 3D. Even without GLTF extras, the entity will have a name component embedded. Yes. We can look for it by name. I feel like I wanted to do something else. Spurious network. Spurious network. Do I need to specify the directory in a different way? I thought this just worked for workspaces. Maybe not. Oh, it's dashes. Thank you. I kind of wish that because there could only be one, that it would automatically lowercase or uppercase for you. Workspace, or not cargo workspace, cargo git dependency subdirectory. When you depend on a git, cargo will crawl the entire repo looking for packages, and you can depend on any of them. That's what I thought would happen. So I think I just, because I was trying to fix the other one, I added the subdirectory, and I don't actually need to add the subdirectory like I thought originally. Yeah, I kind of want to like, one of the things that I want to do when it comes to game development is I want to finish more games. And to do that, I want to bring the scope way, 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 way down. So, for example, this game might just be picking up boxes and throwing them somewhere. There may not be much more to it. We'll see. But I want to keep it very, 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 very scoped so that it can actually go through and get deployed on itch at the very least. Ideally Steam, but at the very least itch. Demo, source, main. I also want to buy a Steam Deck and get it to work on Steam Deck. Apply controls. We will need setup level, setup player. We don't really need. This is going to be very messy for this stream, and I'll refactor it into plugins later. Controls in this case don't use anything special, which is good because Leafwing doesn't seem to have the ability to do that yet, or to do 0.15. So this will be Tenua controller, which is how we drive Tenua. Keyboard up, down, left, right, totally fine. Positive, negative, Z, feed the basis, desired velocity, float height. I haven't set up the character with the capsule collider or anything yet. We should do that. So the other thing is that when we spawn this, we're going to want to reach into the scene for the player and add some of this stuff. So in this case, that's basically all of this. Mesh 3D, mesh material, transform, yada yada. So we had a way to think about this before in the last demo that we were working on. And that's the scene instance ready observer event. I think that we will put it directly on the scene that we're spawning here. Command spawn, setup, spawn, 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 character. observe, trigger, scene, instance ready, debug, character spawned. Probably not debug, we'll do info here. Scene instance ready comes in. So now we have an observer on the character, and when this character scene root gets spawned and everything's ready, this observer triggers, at which point we can start looking for things and replacing them. Maybe a suck-a-bend-like puzzle game where you can only push cubes. Not a terrible idea, but I want a little bit more interactivity. I think just pushing isn't what I want. I'm imagining like the pushing mechanics from like Zelda games and things like that, which are all kind of like heavyweight, and like they're not the fun part of interacting. Platformer puzzle game where you stack cubes to get places. That's a cool idea. Like almost physicsy based, where you have to like put things on top of each other and then try to jump on them. And then if you didn't stack it well, then you fall. That could be funny. And that could also be a co-op game, or not a co-op game, but that could be a networked game if we wanted to make it. Multiple people. I think that I'm going to stay away from networking probably, but we'll see. Maybe co-op, maybe local co-op. And then we rely on something like Steam's networking, Steam's like local play networking thing. If people actually wanted to play it. Cool. So this trigger will trigger. Inside of this, we need to attach this stuff to the player entity. So all of this is going to be commented out for the moment. I guess we want entities and names. Right, and then we want to find what did I call this character? Character entity name equals this, else error. No character found in character scene. That is a hard error. We cannot continue if that happens. Cargo format breaking. Why am I not adding the code directly when I spawn the entity? Because I'm not trying to do it on... I guess I could do it on the scene itself. Let me think about this. The capsule has to be at the same level as the bundle. The rigid body has to be on the capsule. You don't get to move these two things away from each other. The controller could be on the scene. I think actually you're right. The scene would work. I don't need to do what I'm doing. You're absolutely right. I don't know why I was doing that. I'm going to leave this here just because it's probably a useful piece of code, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know why I was doing that. I tend to refer to that as streamer brain, because sometimes I just get locked into random stuff because it's a little bit much juggling like chat and everything else, and you know. Why is this collider not available? See you, Miner. Thanks for hanging out. Collider is defined in Avian 3D. Perhaps two different versions of Avian 3D are being used. Right, because I have to use the one that you're using here, right? Which one are you using here? Main branch. That looks like it should be fine. I think that should match with what I have. Let's cargo. I can't ever remember. Cargo tree I Avian 3D. It is indeed ambiguous. One is main and one is a rev. Oh, interesting. Those get treated as completely different versions. That is really interesting, actually. I'm fine with changing mine to main. So that should clear that up for us. So basically we had two versions of Avian 3D, which meant that the collider couldn't get resolved. It's always an adventure doing like early 0.15 stuff or like early 0. Whatever stuff. Okay, it says character spawned, but clearly it didn't show up. That's really interesting. Let's remove some of this stuff. Oh, it probably just fell through the floor. Yeah, okay. It fell through the floor. There's nothing wrong here. Interesting. You need to put a rev in your fork then. I think you only need to put a rev in your fork if you intend to lock it to a specific commit, which I don't think you need to do. I think you have done this correctly because this allows more usage of different commits than putting rev in. Rev will bind it to that commit specifically. So by using main, I can also use main here now. And in my lock file, it'll lock to some version of main. I think if you wanted to make sure that it absolutely would work with a specific commit, then you would use rev. But main is probably a little bit more flexible, a little bit more useful. Yeah, also, like, I don't anticipate many people being like, oh, I'm going to use the, like, branch before the PR. So, it's up to you. The other thing I want to do is scene root here. We actually do need to do this observe thing. Can I do cargo format on this? Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but Rust Analyzer really not liking it. Maybe it's too deeply nested or something. Anyway, this doesn't need to be here. Yeah, it was, I think. So dot observe on level. Is that the right thing? If we dot observe on the level spawn, I think that's right. We want the trigger entities. This is the level spawning. Name here is ground. Yes, the lock file will lock to a rev. I don't know offhand. I don't remember how you would lock it to a rev intentionally, but I think you can do that too. Ground entity. Why is that saying it's not? Oh, because I don't use it after. Else info ground entity. And I think we do need to do this way because we have to reach into this scene to get to the plane to do the collider on the plane. So if we have the entity, we also want commands. And then commands.entity ground entity dot insert collider constructor which one do I want to use? We could just run it with a half space for now, but then we don't really need to look at the collider constructor. I also guess that we would want a bottom anyway. So we could probably just half space that. But we'll see. Try mesh from mesh. Assuming that mesh is actually there. I know Bevy Inspector E GUI is, yeah, it fell through the floor, so that's not. No ground found in ground scene. It's not called ground. What is it called? Probably still plain, right? Yeah. Let's call this ground. Save that, export it. Run the game again. Panicked. No mesh. No mesh handle was found. That's interesting. That's interesting because I don't know if the logic was written for this to work, actually. Crates. Interesting. Avian 3D. Picking, schedule, spatial query, dynamics, collision, collider, constructor. For inserting colliders in the same entity, use collider constructor. I'm assuming the 3D feature is enabled. We would have more issues if it wasn't. Hierarchy, collider constructor. I think collider from mesh is something we probably need to enable. I don't think that's on by default. But it seems to be working, except for the fact that it can't find the mesh handle. Why can't it find the mesh handle is an open question. I think Bevy Inspector eGUI has a release, right? Yes. So let's get Bevy Inspector eGUI in here and look at the tree. Yeah, I think it is. I think if it wasn't on by default, we would be seeing a different error. Oops. Cool, wonderful. We need the World Inspector plugin, or we don't need the World Inspector plugin, but that's what I'm going to use. This is going to crash. Dependency is definitely getting up there as we add more crates. I'm a little concerned about the dependency jump there, but I don't see any duplicate bevies or anything. So I think we're actually okay. It takes so long to build when you have to rebuild large amounts of stuff. It's worth noting that I am using a bunch of GitHub dependencies here, right? And when we add new stuff, it basically invalidates some of this and has to actually rebuild more than it actually would have to otherwise. So it's worth noting that this is a pathological case in the sense of building things, because I'm doing all of these like source code, GitHub dependencies. Right, like Bevy asset 0.15 is compiling here. We already compiled that. It shouldn't need to again. But because I added the new dependency, some things get invalidated. It has to build more than it should. Maybe the function, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Maybe the function isn't ported because handle component isn't mesh, they were replaced. But that would mean that they wouldn't be able to query for the handle, which would be a compilation error. So I think we're good. I think if it compiles, then it should work. I just need to make sure that we're placing it on the right thing, the thing that has the mesh, which may be one level down from the thing that we're looking for. But yes, this is admittedly like rebuilding from scratch is a decent amount of time. Incremental builds go much significantly faster, but especially when I'm adding dependencies that rely on Git, less caching can happen. I will also say that this isn't set up for fast builds. There are ways to set this up so that Bevy is a dynamic library and other things like that. I don't have any of those set up currently. Maybe we should set those up. Try mesh from mesh. Yeah, so mold was useful. Sold used to exist, but the linker that Apple shipped kind of obsoleted sold. Yeah, I think this code is going to go on GitHub, Lo. I haven't pushed it yet. I'll probably push it. I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to push it. I'll push it at some point. I've got a lot of stuff to do, so I'll probably push it under this name, and then we might rename it in the future. Right, yes, Blender object, when exported to GLTF, object will be an entity, but the mesh and material will be a child. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I just want to confirm it. Rust compile times can get quite high for large projects. Yes, especially ones that use macros very heavily. That being said, your advent of code for this year compiles in a clean 0.7 seconds. Yes. So this is a high dependency Bevy application, right? That is depending on Git-based dependencies, which behave a little bit differently. If everything was a crate, this would have gone much faster. I also have a couple of optimizations turned on, and I'm not using any of the dynamic library stuff, any of the things that would speed up compilation. So worth calling all of that out. Also worth noting that from what I'm told, because I'm not a production Unity engineer or anything like that, from what I'm told, the compilation times that Bevy has when set up correctly are not that different from other ecosystems. Your total years of experience in coding. Are you asking for how many years of experience I have? More than a decade. I haven't counted in a while. Let's put it this way. I have more than I have a decade just in React. And I've been programming for longer than that. So I have decades of experience. That's character. We don't want character. I want monitor pointer level. Children. Entity. Children. This is our ground. This is where we're putting the thing that I don't think we should be putting. And then we have a plane inside of it. So I think we have identified the issue for sure. And that is that this plane is the mesh. Damn, you need to learn React. Almost all job listings require it, and you recently graduated. Yeah, React is everywhere at the moment. Um, it's funny because I've been doing that work since before React was a thing. So I don't know. I just find that really funny. Okay, so ground plane. Plane is named, it looks like, with plane. So let's name this ground mesh, I guess. I would like to attach a little tidbit onto this as metadata, but I actually have to look into how to do that. So ground is here. Ground mesh. Run. You were there when the React scriptures were written. Yeah, I guess I was. We also need to add the actual collider. Big fan of your Rust and Bevy content. You've crashed and burned trying to learn Rust twice now, giving it another shot lately. You're a TypeScript one trick right now. Cool. I'm glad that you are enjoying the Rust and the Bevy stuff. That being said, you finally have time to pick up Warble or Grass again? Sick. You have to completely redesign it with all the Bevy changes? That doesn't surprise me at all. Did we get a collider? Yeah, there's a collider in here. We can see the ancestor marker collider. Entity. Child. Ground. Ground mesh. Ground mesh has a collider. I guess the other thing we need is the rigid body, right? Rigid body static? Yes, the easier way would be to use BlendV to add the component to tag the ground mesh entity. The issue with BlendV is that it doesn't support 0.15 right now. That's it. That's the only reason we aren't using BlendV at the moment. Let's get the physics debug thing on. I don't remember exactly how to set that up, but I know that Avian has a debug like plugin to enable. Debug dump 3D physics debug plugin. That's what we want. Did I add Avian? This thing is like just zipping through. I wonder if it's not loading fast enough. Actually, now that I think about it. I wonder if we should be doing the player after the level spawns. Let's try that for kicks, actually. Setup here, player, assets, and then character here. Copy those, comment it out. In this observer then, I want to add that and this, paste. So we will spawn the character after hopefully the collider for the floor has been put together. Whoa, that went somewhere. You saw the character went to the left of the screen instead of falling. It went to the left of the screen before I changed the spawning. Let's go back to here. I should probably zoom the camera out. Yeah, it's running. It's running. Okay, so maybe that's a Tenua thing and not a... Another way would be to add a custom property to the mesh in Blender. Select the option to export that as GLTF extras. Yes, that's kind of the GLTF extras thing that I was talking about. I do want to do that, I think. I think that that's worth doing. Okay, where's our camera? I want to make the camera maybe a little bit more zoomed out. Give us a little bit more of a chance to see this thing running away. Of course it doesn't run that time. There it goes. Sometimes it does stay there, though. That's really interesting. Okay, that was a runner. There we go. Sometimes it chills right there. Maybe it's spawning inside the ground. Yeah, I'm assuming that the colliders here are set up in a weird way. I didn't check anything, and especially like this capsule collider, because we moved the anchor point to the bottom. This is probably spawning the capsule collider, not at the midpoint of the capsule, which unfortunately I think that means we have to move the anchor point back because there is no other option for where to put this capsule. It has to go here. It has to be at the same level as the Tenua controller. I remember asking about this specifically from the creator of the crate. And currently it's not like an actual restriction, like it has to be there forever. But it does have to be there currently in the current implementation. See you, Ryan. Thanks for hanging out. And then the sensor, yeah. So unfortunately, we can't offset this collider capsule. So I think it is actually in the ground here. Oh, you're bad. Sorry. About what? About the GLTF extra stuff? No, you're good. I appreciate you mentioning it, because if I didn't know about it, then I would know about it now. I just saw that the left two components, mass and angular inertia, in the code, and you copied them. Oh, did I really? Oh yeah, these two. Yeah. Oh yeah, moving it down. That's not your fault though. This is a restriction of like the way that Tenua happens to be currently implemented. So there's no way you would have known that. First character. We can put an empty down here though, and position it with the empty instead. Let's see. So to do that, then object set origin to geometry. Run that. You still running away. I wish I could turn off the rendering of the plane in here. Oh, visibility hidden. Ha ha! We can. We did it. Yeah, so look at the collider down there. Let's see. It's a height of 1. Collider capsule. That must be the top right there. It's still centered on that anchor point, I think. Although I thought I just changed that. Maybe I didn't. No, that looks right. Maybe I didn't save and export. That's possible. Yeah, it's not, you're right. It's not spawning on that. It's spawning on the scene. The scene is centered at that 0, 0. That's why I was doing the observer. Okay. So in that case, easiest solution. Is that. For at least the collider positioning. Try to get one of the ones where it stays. Are we sculpting a sentient marshmallow? Yes. I don't think we're going to get it. So the question then is, this has to have a transform that is slightly higher. Transform from XYZ 0, 0. And this is going to be 0.75 in that case. Now it's floating. It's got superpowers. Yeah, that's exactly what I just did. We do need to make the capsule a little bit smaller, I think. The capsule, actually the capsule might be the right size. The cylinder is 1.5. And it looks like the head and bottom of our capsule. Is that the height of the capsule or the height of the circular segments? Collider capsule. Radius and height excluding the hemispheres. So the hemispheres, I don't actually know how big the hemispheres are. So I'm just going to cut this down by a little bit. Yeah, I'm not convinced I'm not convinced 0.75 is the right um answer. This number is very specific, but I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it's one just less than half. Sensor maybe. This. Oop. Really? I guess that's in the avian one. Let's go to crates. Bevy to new avian. Docs. Yes. Love that it didn't build. Can I do 0.1.0? Did the docs fail to build for every version of this? Dang. That's really unfortunate. I guess I'll look for it in the code. Okay, add this component to make a proximity sensor, cast a shape instead of array. Collider. Oh, it's a shape cast. I thought there was a specific size this had to be, but I can't find it in the docs. I think it's just less than half though. So like 2.4. Oh wait, that's the X, isn't it? So this should be fine. So what are we looking at here? The capsule is 0.5 by 0.5. Our little friendo is just like floating. Yeah, I could run cargo dock. It'll take a little bit of time to build, but right, like there's 900 transitive dependencies to document. So, question, why are we floating that high? I don't think we can run while we're building. This also doesn't need to be like specific. This could be like 10, right? Like this doesn't really affect much except for where it starts. I don't really need Bevy documented. Bevy is fine. One more. Yeah. So let's cargo run that. It does work. It's just floating a little bit too high. I thought I looked. I tried to look. Is the default 1.5? Oh, float height. Oh, yeah, right. Obviously. Yeah. That's, yeah. Float height must be greater if even if by a little from the distance between the character's center and the lowest point of the collider. So actually, we probably can do something like 0.8, not cargo dock. Thank you. That was that was exactly it. Now we've got our little anthropomorphic cylinder. We can probably jump this down even lower to 7.6. This will only be relevant as it's a cylinder and we can very clearly see where it's touching the ground. Let's see, float height, etc., etc. I think I'm cool with all of that. The one thing we need is a ray cast out from like the front of the character. There we go. That was Python not found. No module named simple HTTP server? Come on. Guess it's http.server now. Okay, and then we've got Nua. Probably not going to do any of the like animation integration stuff today. I think we're within an hour of end of stream for sure. Desired forward. To Nua walk. Do we have that happening? To Nua built-in walk, desired velocity, float height. We want this desired forward. Yeah, direction. think that's already a direction vector. We need a dir3 and we have a vec3. Where did direction vector come from? What are they using there? This came from player input. Thing that doesn't exist. Cool. So I'm going to treat that as pseudocode. Does the direction mean that we have to normalize it? I don't remember offhand. dir3. Let's see what dir3. Normalized vector. Yes. So if we dot normalize, then that will work for that. Help, add a semicolon. A semicolon. Oh, because I randomly added a P in a random location. I think interesting. Sensor, locked axes, controlling the character. I kind of just want to query for the facing direction, I think. I guess, well, now that I'm thinking about it, I am probably not going to rotate this at the moment. Not avian, Tenua, the fork. This demo, if I remember correctly, and it wasn't deleted, includes reading that information. No, it doesn't. So, if we go to the Bevy Tenua repo, repository, demos, maybe not the demo, maybe the examples. Here's handle animating. The only thing that I really want out of this in general is directional. Start, set, start, set, start, set. Doesn't actually look like it handles direction. That feels weird. I know we did that in our other game, Wash Cycle. So maybe I'll go take a look at that for a second here. Oh, did I have that randomly up? I think I had that open on my other computer or my other monitor. So that's this. Controls. We built out an animation graph. That's the loaded GLTF. Tenua animation is the file where we have our logic. Query for the entity, handles, animation graph stuff. Not a lot of this really matters to us right now. We're finding different things. Discriminant, jump state, crouch. This is all very similar to the demo or the example that's in there. We also aren't handling direction. Which is very interesting. I think the interesting part of that is that we have our cylinder here, right? And we can move in different directions. And it doesn't rotate at all. So how did I get it to rotate in my other game? My other game, by the way, is the first time that I used Bevy Tenua. I am still upskilling into what it does. But it's something that I want to be much better at using, especially by the time the next game jam comes out. So the Bevy's 16 game jam, I want to be real good at knowing what Tenua is capable of. Okay, that's the level. This is the character. Accumulated translation, angular velocity. What do I have spawned in on our character in the other game? Controls, grid, lib. Game scene. Player. Player scene bundle. This would be our new scene root. Dynamic capsule. Controller. Animating state. Player action. Collision layers. Inventory. Child, we have some collider stuff. Sensor. Feels like we don't have a lot different. Player collider height, player scene bundle. I know in this game it faces the right direction. So maybe it's just this. Controller bundle, collider, dynamic, scene, player. Feels weird. I guess rotation locked, right? That is fully rotation locked, and we don't actually want fully rotation locked. Tenua can fix the rotation, but the character will still get rotated before it can do so. Yeah, this is what I want. I want it to be able to rotate in the y-axis. Okay, and now it rotates. Unfortunately, I put the eyes on the wrong side, I guess. Because that's forward, this is backwards. So the eyes need to be 90 degrees to the left. Oop, that's the wrong thing. That's not the right demo. Yeah, so it's like this. And then when we go forward, that is the facing. But eyes need to be 90 degrees to the left. Giving everyone the side eye. So we can just rotate this. Let's take this. Let's do rotate. Rotate Y negative 90. Nope. That's because it's Z up in Blender. Rotate Z negative 90. Nope. 90. Rotate Z 90. That's what I need. And then item. Object, apply rotation. Because we don't want it to be like rotated. We want this to be the default. So we run this. I full screen it. And we get our little cylinder running around. Whee! Looks a little weird when it comes to landing. I don't know what that's about. I'm sure there's a bug on my side to fix there, whether it's something or other. Spacing issue maybe. Looks like maybe 0.76 is not quite enough space. I feel like macOS puts me on some random window whenever I get out of full screen. 0.76. Maybe we make that a little bit higher. Got this weird aspect to it. I'm not exactly sure why that's happening, but we can debug that at some point. Not too worried about it. I think the thing that I'm really interested in is actually I think I want to put another empty here. I don't think that we really need to, per se. There's two things in my head. One is that if we stick another empty in here, then we can use that as the translation location for a raycast out. And then we can move it around in Blender and then physically see where that raycast is, which is cool. And then we can use that raycast to like collide with the cube collider. And then that cube collider can get selected when we hit a keyboard shortcut and it can go onto the head. I think that's how I want to do it for now. Game scene, this is our thing. Let's get rid of this docs. So here, Because that also means that if we do it in Blender, then we also don't need to worry about the rotation because the rotation is just handled because it's parented to that. Avian 3D, Raycast, or Raycaster. You think the extra geometry also gives extra detail? You like that? What do you mean? You mean like if I put an empty on the character for the raycast? We could also, I guess we could do like a visual for it. That would be interesting. Each ray, origin, direction. The other thing is that we can just put this on the character. Origin, direction. We need to be able to get that direction is the thing. So let's do FN raycast player. We want to, on our player, when we're spawning in the character scene, create a raycaster. This raycaster I guess doesn't need to be active all the time, but if we put it on the character here, what is the right? So vec3 new and dir3 new. The vec3 would be what are the axes we're using here? Z 0.25. So 0, some height, and then some front. And the direction would be same direction. So 0, 0, 1. Is that not how you construct a dir3? Neg Z, yeah. Well, does it need to be negative? I think it can just be Z, right? So we have the raycaster. We also have the debug on, so I assume this is enabled by default, but who knows? Raycasting. Let's swipe this for a second and basically use it for our raycast player. Stick this in update. Add systems, update, raycast player. Yeah, I'm not trying to do the forward forward, right? I'm trying to do relative to the scene, the player that I have. So we'll see. I also need to add a cube collider onto that cube. Yeah, this is what I wanted. That's really interesting. No matter what, it always goes positive. It feels really awkward. I think actually that's global. So that actually needs to get updated. Maybe we do both things in the same query here. Update player raycast. We'll take this. And then we also need the direction the player is facing in here. We've got to be able to get that from Tenua, right? Or should we just get that from the transform? Let's see, forecast, let's say mute, raycast, transform, in mutable query, debug, raycast, transform. I think it'll be what? Transform dot translation dot. Is there a reason that isn't auto-completing? It's not translation. It's transform dot something else. Update player raycast also going to run in update. Mute raycast. I guess this is just telling us we never mutate it. That's fine. Translation rotation. And then raycast has direction. So transform dot rotation dot. Why is this not auto-completing? Transform dot rotation dot. Why is this so hard to get as a back? Bevy. Quaternion dot affine from to array to axis angle. I feel like this should work. To axis angle. You think transform forward? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? So I made it harder for myself because I wasn't paying attention to what I needed. Okay, let's do that. That makes more sense. So this will update, hopefully, in the right direction all the time. This will then print the hits for us. We don't have any hits, so. Still doesn't work. What else do we have on Raycast? Enabled origin direction. Local origin and a direction. Raycaster will find each hit and add them to the Ray hits. This is a local direction, or this is a local origin specifically. So I feel like it's local based on the thing it's added to on the transform. Maybe we set the transform. Let's set the origin to 0 to start. Let's not be tricky here. Let's just say instead of this, we do vec3 0. Feels very awkward. Finally at home. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a good whatever trip you're doing. Probably work, honestly, or school. Okay. So the direction, local origin and a direction. So origin at 0, 0, direction may be global. Why would direction be global? Presentation of the music school you got to? Yeah, nice. This is really weird. Yes, it's whenever I'm going in a straight direction, like north, south, east, west, it always is rotating when I do that. And then once you get to go straight in that direction, it changes to just Z. I don't know if I can make this any bigger in terms of debug, but could be something weird, could be anything weird. It's on the scene, and I think the scene is the thing we have the Tenua controller on. Tenua controller should be giving us this direction, which it is working in that sense. Oh, the local direction of the ray relative to the rotation of the ray entity or its parent. So this is controlling, I guess that would make sense. So, okay, local origin of the ray relative to the position and rotation of the ray entity or its parent. So I'm assuming it's the parent here, right? And then the local direction of the ray relative to the rotation of the ray entity or its parent. So this direction should be what? If it's already rotated in the direction that we need it to be, then we need like forward, whatever that means. Fixed at dir 3x or dir z. Yeah, we already are. Okay, so here's the thing we're doing right now. Let's not update this currently. Yeah, I'm seeing some really weird issue here that I don't quite understand. dir 3. That's the issue right there. So this is fine. This is fine. This is negative. This is negative. Right, right. It should have worked already if that were the case. There's some negation happening here, right? We've got this all works. If we do this whole corner up here, it works. Once we start going this way, it goes the opposite direction. So there's like a negative that's happening here that we don't need. Right? What is that? Yeah, it looks like some kind of absolute or negative, right? Feels really weird. Vec3 0 puts it in the center of this thing. dir3 z should be, or negative z, I guess, should be forward, right? It's possible there's a bug in the raycast there. I don't want to say that it is because I feel like this would be user error more than anything else. Examples for 3D for ray casting. This is just doing spatial queries, which are another option. Assign is also possible, or ATAN or something. Yeah. I feel like I've done this before and it's worked. So I'm surprised that I would be surprised if there was a bug. Although we are using an unreleased version of Avian, so like not terribly surprising if there is one and we're like in between, you know? Default for Raycaster. Direction is X. Origin is 0. With ignore, with max impacts, enable, disable, global. Global origin, set global direction. I feel like we shouldn't have to do this, but theoretically, we have this system here. Oh, that's probably private, isn't it? Yeah. We're definitely 100% not supposed to use that. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're supposed to like have to use that, right? Um, it feels weird that it works for half of the rotation and not another half. Let's see, Ray Caster from Ray with direction. Enable, disable. Nothing useful here. Ray 3D, same thing. So nothing different here. We do have to specify this. Right, like this. Okay, so this is to the left. This is to the right. That's to the left. And that's to the left. So going what is technically forward works. Going what is technically to the right works. Going left flips around entirely. And going down also ends up on the right hand side. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Kind of at a loss for why this is not behaving the way I expect it to. Let's print the global direction, maybe? Visualization is built in. Yeah, feels sign dropping. You think it's the other way around? To the right is correct, to the left is not? I think either way, it sounds like it's a sign dropping issue, right? Like, so if that's the case, maybe we just drop down and instead we use spatial query. Oh, also, we probably wanted shapecast. Right? Like, we probably want shapecaster, not raycaster. Because realistically, having a ray is not terribly useful if we're going to try to pick stuff up. Collider Vec Quater 3. Cuboid 0.2, origin Vec 3 0, shape rotation quat from rotation Y 0, direction dir 3 Z. And then shapecaster. Shapecast is I want to interact with this cube actually. Is what I really want to do. I want to be able to walk up to this cube. Well, I want to be able to like interact with this cube like this. So like the ray is a little bit probably not what I want. I want a shape. I want to be able to be close enough to that box to select it and pick it up. You just started, got to get used to the new features. Yeah. Create a system that spins the spins the chat to see all angles. Car spins the character to see all angles. Yeah, we could do that. I think I would have to specify the rotation and then feed that into the built-in walk so it kind of walked in a circle. So let's do if keyboard dot, or not keyboard, sorry. If direction equals vec3 0. Time, res time. Let rotation equals quat from rotation Y time dot elapsed seconds dot sine you use sphere cast to get all objects from range, then you can use dot product to which one is facing the player. Yeah. Why sine? Because I guess it will just rotate anyway, right? If we're doing from the rotation, then the rotation just gets infinitely bigger. We don't need sine. You're right. Yeah, we're trying to get a sphere cast to work, right? Like it doesn't matter what shape it is right now. Right now, the issue is that it seems to be only working in these two directions, and then when we go the other two directions, it like reverses, right? See, it feels really weird. And realistically, we probably only need to shapecast if we're going to like highlight this anyway, as like an interactable thing, and otherwise we don't really need to anyway. So rotation from rotation Y time elapsed dot to axis angle. So this is our direction, and because we're rotating around Y, should be what we need. So just specify direction. Probably reverting that when I do this. So the other thing is here. If there's keyboard input, then do that. If not, then don't. You're saying if direction is nothing, set direction, at which point there is direction that's non-zero, so it stops. Yeah? Wait, what do you mean? Why would it stop? Right, so basically there's keyboard input up here. If the keyboard input hasn't affected this direction, then I want to get a rotation based on the allotted time. Set direction to something, and then use that to do the movement. This is always Y1. That's why. Right, because that's not what I want. I don't want 2-axis angle. I guess we could do... Because then the direction is no longer 0. Why would a non-zero direction... No, this runs every frame. This runs every frame, Graham. This is constantly running. If we look up here, apply controls, update in the Tenua user control system set. So unless the Tenua user control system set has something weird about it, which I don't think it does, then yeah. From rotation Y. And this needs to be normalized, right? Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. I'm just getting near the end of the stream. Direction is 0, 1, 0 because you're rotating along. Yes, absolutely. No, that's exactly what was happening for 4-axis angle. You're absolutely right, Real Kondo. I'm just getting a little bit, loose. Well, it is unfortunately just a very big circle. So here, this should be something more like one, we want it to be fairly small so that they stay in the camera. And this is the issue. Also, great suggestion, Hikasu. Thank you. So it works. X, Z, X. Yeah, it sweeps a 180-degree angle. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Oh, wait, are you saying it? No, it doesn't flip in the code, right? The ray definitely does, but we don't know why. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's sweeping a 180-degree angle, and then is somehow resetting every 180 degrees. I don't know why. Um, the numbers for the directions seem correct. Obviously, the character is moving in a small circle. That is plain discrete. The question is it my code or the crate? I hope it's my code. Honestly, I hope I just did something very silly. Let's get rid of desired forward. No, we need desired forward. What else could I have done that would have caused this? Applying the controls, jumping, ray casting. Raycast is set. Cuboid from 0. No rotation Y in Z direction. What could I have done? You think it's a bug in the dependency? It's possible. We are using the main branch. If it's a bug into the dependency, I should dig in and figure out. Normalize shouldn't affect this, right? It should make it unit length, not confined to positive. Yes. Yes, normalize should not be affecting this. Also, this, how do I say this? The shapecaster is not our code currently. Yeah, if I change the, oh, can I get it to sweep in the negatives? I don't think I can get it to sweep in the negatives. Let's try to change the neg Z to X. Nope, that's exactly the same as it was before. In terms of the area that it's being swept on. Let's take a quick look at Avian. Yep, raycast is a 000 origin. Yeah, so the raycast is 000 origin, right? That's this. Where it's actually a shapecast. It was a raycast. Same difference. So the origin is 0. The direction it should be going in, I believe we want to be Z. It doesn't matter whether we do it like this or we do it like this. So I'm inclined to say that the quaternion here, it doesn't matter. Origin is relative to the parent, so it should be at the center of the sort of cylinder that we have that's rotating. Raycaster. Honestly, it's also somewhat possible that the visualization is wrong. Another option. That the raycast isn't actually wrong, but the visualization is incorrect. So maybe one thing I do is make that cube have a collider on it. Right, let's make this a little bit bigger in terms of how far it's going. So it goes around the cube. Or we should probably just move the character. Yeah, because that won't work. So let's do keep the velocity here. When we spawn in the character, let's move the transform to being three away on the X, or I'm sorry, Z. So that puts it right behind. I kind of think it would be better to see. Yeah, no, I think that's fine actually. So this should turn around. It should hit this cube at some point, right? The cube doesn't currently have a collider on it. Notable. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a silly tiny oversight somewhere. Absolutely. It always is. Every time it's like an hour or whatever to debug, it's always like, I missed something. This is why I spend so much time thinking about the rules through Advent of Code videos. Because like if you miss that one little thing, it just takes you forever to debug. So let's do, we've moved it around. I like that. We have the observe here and all of the entities. We can look for the cube. I think cube is just called cube. Scale cube or something like that. What did we call it? This is scale cube, but it actually needs to be the mesh. So it's cube 001 right now. I'm just going to call this entity. And then this is not ground. This is cube. The cube. I guess it doesn't matter what kind of collider we make it. So try mesh for mesh. Why not? There it is. There's the hit when we're facing away. And no hit when we're facing it. 2 hours of the stream entirely redundant. So it's colliding. I think the visualization is wrong. right? It only hits. I think it's working actually, and the visualization is wrong. Do you all agree with this? I'm gonna make this bigger. Right? No hit, no hit, no hit, no hit, no hit, no hit, hit, no 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 hit, hit. It only hits on one of the sweeps. Maybe the visualization is bugged with parented objects. That would be weird. So the raycast is actually working. Let's do this. For kicks, I guess. Why does it look like it's like lasering the side of that box? Do y'all see that? Oh, because it is just really quickly. Okay, so we have a cube that's our shape cast currently. So that's the cube hitting the point. I think that's showing where it's hitting the other cube in various ways and where it would bounce off if you... It's multiple arrows. Yeah. That's actually very cool. Unfortunately, the visualization on it actually hitting is wrong. Let's see what X does just for kicks. Same thing. There's got to be something in the visualization. Where is the physics debug plugin? Here's the physics debug plugin. We can configure the line width. We should probably do that if y'all are having a hard time seeing it on stream. Debug, gizmos, axes, joints. Debug render shapecast is what we're looking for. That's here. Query, gizmos, store, length unit. For shapecaster hits in query. Ray color, shape color, point color, normal color. Draw shapecast. Global origin, global shape rotation. Global shape rotation. Yeah. Global direction. This is something that we can just pull in, I think. Just gotta stick this at the top and see if it causes me any issues. Doesn't look like it. So let's do our own. This is one of the really nice things about Bevy, actually. Hopefully this actually does work, but okay, so the question is draw shapecast, shape, global origin, global shape rotation, global direction, right? Do these, which are on shapecaster, Global origin is just a vector, so it's not being changed. Global shape rotation is a quaternion. Global direction is a dir. So these are all being set by something. Can you get the cube on the other side of the character for comparison? Yeah, I can do whatever. Now that you have the collisions, you should be able to test with manual movement too. You shouldn't need the rotation. You want to see what happens if the collision direction is in the negatives. Oh, you mean like if it looks like it hits? Yeah, let's check that. That sounds cool. Player. I think it would be easy for us to just do -3 and see what happens. It looks like it's zapping in when it hits, but otherwise not. Right? Like there's clearly an error in the calculation, but only if it's not hitting something. That's hilarious. So what does that mean? Because these values are getting set on the shapecaster, I think. Right? So the shapecast, point, shape color, ray color, shape, max time of impact, hits as slice, ray color, shape color, point color, normal color, length unit. Maybe debug these. Maybe wiser to print line them or info them. Okay. This won't be easy to read. Yeah, I don't really want them on new lines though. Like I don't want the extra like source, like the source code line from the debug. I don't want the doubling up because I know there's going to be a ton of output. So I just want the output. I don't want the source code line. Yeah, I don't know. What are these again? It says global origin rotation. This is the shape rotation. We actually probably don't even care about the shape rotation. So global origin, global direction. These are the two things we care about. So origin, global, direction, positive. Direction, negative. Right before that, right? Negative here. No. Positive, positive. Let me run this again. I need to clear out that middle. Okay, so it's hitting. I'm trying to find a place at which this jumps. So it switches from negative to positive here, but this doesn't change. Huh. Is there a bug in Bevy's shapecast gizmo? Is this a Bevy bug? Um, no. Bevy doesn't have shapecast. Draw shapecast is here. FN draw shapecast. That's a trait. What implements? Impl physics gizmo for gizmos. Draw polyline, draw arrow, draw collider. Draw raycast, draw shapecast. Here we go. Shape rotation, dot normalize. Shape rotation is a rotation. What happens if you normalize a rotation? I don't actually know. Hits, iter, etc. Draw collider, draw arrow. No absolutes, no negatives. That's collider. That's a hit. These are not what we need. This draw arrow is the one that we want to look at. So collider at origin and arrow. Arrow is the thing that is drawing incorrectly. Origin plus max. This is the t times distance. What does direction adjust precision do? Direction is dir, which I think is, that's going to be an avian thing. Adjust precision for dir, not here. Dir is not here. Dvec, dmat, vec2, vec3. Vec3 is the closest. I love that adjust precision for vec3 just returns self. I mean, dir doesn't have to be a vec3, right? dir. I'm going to need to take Chinua out of my browsing history because I keep hitting it instead of avian. Okay, so dir is dir 3. Dir 3 has to be Bevy's dir 3. Right? Seems like it. Bevy math prelude. Yep, Bevy's dir 3. So if you call adjust precision on that, you need to have a dir3, not a vec3, right? If this is dir and dir is dir3, and you called, what is direction? Wait, hang on. Yeah, direction. Direction, adjust precision. Adjust precision has to be adjust precision on a dir3, which doesn't look like it's even implemented. Double. dvec2 is double. So F64s. You think in my case it is a vec3? I think in my case it's a dir, right? Right? So if direction is dir, and dir isn't redefined anywhere here, and dir is dir3, right? It's a type alias for a dir3. This dir3 is Bevy's math dir3. Yeah, dir3 is going to be a normalized vec3 for sure. I'm just curious about where the code is for that. Maybe I need to search here. Adjust. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Adjust precision. F32. This is used everywhere, dang. I don't know. Adjust position, self.adjusted. Impl for F32, that's for doubles. Two D, single, primitive 3D. I don't know where this code is. Already got a concept in mind? You mean for the game? Yeah. I'm just rabbit holing on a interesting bug that we found. It's got to be somewhere, right? Does it deref into? Let's find out. I guess dir3. Implement deref. It does deref into vec3. It definitely does. That must be what's happening. In which case, the vec3 is self as dvec3. So we go from a vec3 to an F64 vec3, which shouldn't affect the... Right? That would be weird, right? Yeah, no negations here. Not really sure where this is coming from. Shape, global origin, shape rotation, global direction. So global origin, global direction. Draw shape cast. Draw shape cast. Shape collider, origin vector. Shape rotation is into rotation. Direction is dir. Origin and direction are all we care about. And max time of impact. I don't know. That's the entire calculation right there. And I don't see why. Oh, what's the bug? Yeah. So the bug is in the visualization, not the raycast, as far as we can tell. So the visualization here sweeps 180, right? And then sweeps 180 again. And it only does that if it's not hitting something. When it is hitting something, it will snap back to the location that it hits. So if it's not hitting anything, this arrow that's getting drawn out seems to have some kind of sign inversion on it. So down here, there's a bunch of like draw hits and stuff. This one is the one that has the issue, as far as we can tell. And if there's no hit, this must be happening somewhere else, but origin max TOI times direction, right? That is so weird. What? Yeah, this is why we're rabbit holing. this is yeah. Wherever the error is, it's specifically in the branch where it goes to infinity. Can you try to copy the draw arrow code and show what is max TOI? Yeah, we can pull Avian down. Let me take a look at Avian for a second. Because I think there were commits. Okay, we can pull this down. Actually, pulling this down, patching it is going to be kind of annoying to do. I think I might just look into this. We're about half an hour over stream length. This is very interesting. I think the last thing, max TOI hits max map by. Max time of impact is a scalar. That is from draw shape cast. Shapecaster, max time of impact. So it's the min between whatever you might set on the Shapecaster and, I don't know, whatever 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 zeros is. I don't actually know. Megabug before clip the video. Yeah, maximum time of intersection, yes. Yes, maximum distance, absolutely. That is exactly what it is. We, however, have everything up until this point available to us. So we can log that out. If we want to. Right, so when hits are 0, what is this value? So anybody see something wrong with that value? What is that value? What? That doesn't... I mean, it doesn't look to me like it's a max, but I guess it could be. Let's do this. Let's take a guess and do shapecaster, right? With max time of impact, which should be what? Let's make it 1,000, I guess. Look at that, I fixed it. I don't know what the hell that number is. I have no idea what that number is. But that is exactly what the issue is. So now this works. It works in the original too, so we don't even have to run our custom version of it. I don't know what that number is or where it comes from. That is like... I don't think this can fit in anything. So something's going wonky. I don't know. Maybe it was in an issue or something. Where does that come from? How does it get defaulted? Shape caster. Default originally for max time of impact is scalar max. What is... Okay, let's find the... shapecaster, because I think it'll be the same, but I want to make sure that it is the same on main before I continue. Shapecaster. Where's the default implementation? Somewhere in here. Max time of impact scalar. By default, this is infinite, so the shape will travel until a hit is found. So that's supposed to be infinity. Which, if we look at the default for shapecaster, is scalar max. Where is scalar defined? I guess that was GitHub's way of saying I should stop. I don't know where scalar is defined. Where is scalar defined? Here we're using scalar. Where does scalar come from? Create prelude. Great. That doesn't help. Let's look for struct scalar. Since floats are scientific notation, the values for the exponent can lead to some crazy numbers with ever decreasing precision. The reason for the hundreds of zeros. You suppose scalar is a type alias for F32 or F64, depending on compile options. Maybe infinities can't be correctly signed. Yeah, it's definitely infinity, but signed incorrectly. Unsure exactly where, but you're sure somewhere along type conversions it drops sign. And scalar you think is a type alias. Yep, F64 or F32, depending. Do I have that number still? Yeah. (3.456 times 10 to the 11th). Not even close, right? Yeah, the adjust precision is just a type difference. So it goes from a VEC3, which is an F32, into a F64. And that is the, if I remember correctly, direction. But the TOI is the infinity. And if I remember correctly, there was a min for this. Where was that? I've had so many tabs open. So for some reason, that is the issue. Why is that the issue? I don't know. Here's Shapecaster. We need the debug though, right? Math double, was it here? No. That's the adjust precision. This is the Shapecaster TOI. Physics Gizmo extension. Draw Shapecast was what we were looking at. That we can just see in our code. So draw Shapecast has this, right? Shapecaster max time of impact dot min with this. So theoretically, we should be getting 1 trillion or whatever this is, right? F32 max renders nothing, but this number seems to be fine. That's a comment from the code when we pulled it out. So yeah, I think it's just generally a hack. I think they just have to pick a value here, and for some reason the value behaves weird. Well, that was super interesting. I'm thinking we're going to call the stream there. while I'm calling the stream, I will see if that .min works as expected. So this is our temporary solution. If I run this, then we see the issue. If we check that min out, and we reduce it to something that is like entirely reasonable, then it works. So that this min number is actually the issue. Remember, we're double rendering this too. Remember that the fixed one we have here is ours, and the one they're doing is also being rendered. Yeah, I'm trying to narrow it down a little bit to a number. Who's got 1 million? Who's gonna bet on 1 million? 1 million still too many? 100,000? 100,000? 10,000? 10,000. 10,000 works. Yeah, it shooting to the front and to the rear is intentional. Where's the shapecast, shape color, unwrap, or color? Let's call this black. No, not the shape color. That's not the one we want. We want shape color, point color, ray color. Ray color. I'm going to make this color black. Just to be a little bit more clear about what's happening here. So we've got a red one and a black one. The red one is theirs, the black one is ours. So you can see how that works. Yeah, I mean, I should have changed the color. It would have made it more obvious. But yeah, it looks like you have to have a max time of impact of no more than about 10,000. Interesting. I wonder if this is a bug or not. I'll probably ping them or file an issue or something. That's surprisingly low. I agree. I agree that that is surprisingly low. I wonder if we don't do that, if we don't interact with that min at all and we just set the number, if that works fine. Nope. I don't know what it's doing, but for some reason only the number 10,000 works. So that'll be a bug report. I hope you all enjoyed the deep dive into the rabbit hole, because that was definitely a significant chunk of time. Maybe it was the time of impacts in seconds and then multiplied by the speed of light. Multiplied by C. All right, y'all. I'm going to end stream. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going a bit over this week, so I'll see you next Saturday. And if you're doing Advent of Code, we're doing Advent of Code. And yeah, have a great rest of your day.